Good morning, everyone. Could I have the meeting open, please, by Karaki Trevor?
Kia ora, ka mihi ahau kia koutou, kia tātou, te atanei, tēnā koutou, hara mai, nau mai, me karaki e tātou. E te atua e te matu ora tonu e pā, e whakawhetoa ana mātou, mō tēnei wā, hei hui, hei whiti kōrero, hei whakarongo ki o mātou hāpori, e whakawhetoa ana mātou hoki mō nā tini manaki o tēnei rā. E pā manakitia mātou i tēnei kaupapa, i te kaupapa o te whare o te Hiku, me tautoko mai mātou i tēnei mahi, hei whakanui, hei whakapiki o mātou hāpori. E pā manakitia hoki te whānau te waki i tēnei wā, me nā whānau kātō putanga o te Hiku, i runga i te ngō i tukai te mene.
Thank you, Trevor. I declare the meeting open at 10 o'clock. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone here to the first June meeting Community Board. I've just got a couple of bit of housekeeping. If the alarm goes, you'll know through the door here, turn left again at the exit. Just past there, you'll see the public toilets also. We're actually now on live stream, so please be aware of any chatting, any paper rustling, because it's all on YouTube and it is recorded. Right. Have we got any apologies or conflicts of interest, please?
I believe Mike Tawaki put in his apologies.
Yeah, thank you, Adele.
I'm not sure about...
We haven't had transport by
Okay, no. Or Felicity?
Felicity is not a member.
Okay. Right. Could I have a move on those?
Yep.
All right. Seconder?
Yep.
All those in favour? Carried. I'd like to welcome one deputation. Mr. Roger Marsh. If you'd like to come forward, thank you.
I'll tell you. Information sheet for each of the community board members. So he last week,
Here he said.
oh yeah, actually got just for you guys.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Take care.
Oh, yeah. So, this is right. To the community. Right. Thank you, Eddie, and the community board for inviting us to make a submission towards improving the safety of Hihi Road. I'm Roger Marsh, and with me is Captain Marco, and we represent the Hihi Residents and Ratepayers Association on behalf of the Hihi community in making a submission. For those who are not familiar with the Hihi Road, it leaves Highway 10 about a kilometre west of Oruwaiti School and travels roughly northwards to the Hihi village, which straddles the Hihi Peninsula between Ranganui Harbour and Doubtful Bay, a distance of approximately 5 kilometres. All bar the last 100 kilometres of the road are subject to a 100 km/h speed limit. This is far too high to be considered a safe proposition. The road has full one-way bridges, none of which can be safely traversed at more than 50 to 60 km/h. The bridges have the usual one-way signage, giving priority to incoming motorists on the first speed, and outgoing motorists priority on the footbridge. This is confusing and hazardous for unwary motorists. Because he has a motor camp, it gets many visitors over the summer period, often with camper vans and towing caravans who are unfamiliar with the road and its hazards. The road was recently resealed for 4 of its 5 kilometres, and 2 particularly bad corners were eased and recanted. But Catherine will shortly explain why the chances of a serious accident have actually been increased. Now, Catherine wrote a letter to Council on the 8th of January on behalf of a number of residents in her immediate area. And this initiative was supported by a letter from the Residents and Ratepayers Association on the 8th of March. At the Residents and Ratepayers Association annual general meeting on the 4th of April, there was a vigorous debate on the road safety issue pertaining to the road. And a resolution was passed to lobby for the existing limit to be reduced to 80 kilometres per hour and the 50 kilometre per hour zone to be started before the 4th bridge. I'll now pass over to Catherine to explain the particularly hazardous corners and what measures could be considered to make roads safer, other than the blanket speed limits explored at once.
Kia ora koutou. So we're here today to present a submission calling for a lower speed limit and increased safety signage. And I initially sent a letter about this early in the summer to Moko for the city meeting. So I sent it because I was worried that Hiku Road was unsafe and to warn council that a serious accident could take place here. It had always felt unsafe and impossible to drive at 100k, which is the existing speed limit. So if any of you were wondering about that, I suggest you just try and drive down that road at 100k. You'll find that for only a couple of seconds you'll be able to maintain that speed and you'll have to slow down. And the reason I wrote the letter was because in the summer I had 2 French girls staying with me, and we'd gone for a drive and they'd questioned me about road signs on the Ottawa Bridge because they were willing to hold construction stop them. And later on a different outing, they drove some tight ends on Hiku Road at 85k, and which was totally unsafe. I was like, what are they doing? And then I realised that they did this because they thought it was safe, because the speed limit was 100k and they were driving at lower speed limit. So the perception was that 100k was an accurate speed limit for that road. And our contention is that if you cannot drive the road possibly at the given speed limit, then that speed limit is not appropriate for that road. So I've seen about my concerns in the handout. Basically, we believe we need a lower speed limit from 100k to 80k maximum and more signage on the road to alert people to people. And although 100k for Hiku Road is appropriate, it's only now following the roadworks that it feels particularly dangerous. And what I want to do then is just alert you to the fact that according to the AA, on research that the AA has done, most accidents occur on rural roads, which are really common. We already also know that the roading around this area is not necessarily appropriate and signposted. But the difference is for Hiku Road is perception. So if you turn into Hiku Road now, it looks like a flashboard road. And then there is normally a 100k sign there, but currently isn't there. I'm not quite sure why it's not at the moment. So you turn onto the road and you think, this is a really good road. I can drive at the 100k speed limit. That's what your impression is. So the perception since the roadworks is that it's a flash road. If you drive up Kahamari Road, on the other hand, you think, oh, this is an unsafe road. There is no way that I'm never going to drive on this road again if I can help it, because you know it's unsafe. But the opposite is true for Hiku Road. It looks safe, but it's unsafe. The two things which have made it more unsafe are the ditches that have now been put on the side of the road and the reduced road bridge. So before, there was like a normal country road there. It had a sort of grassy bit at the side that you can pull on to take a phone call, or if you're driving a bit, obviously you're all good there. But now what's happened is the council has sort of raised the road in order to do the other things which I talk about in that handout, to make it better supposedly. And in order to do that and to change the handout, they have made these very deep ditching at the side of the road in some areas. Now, I've got this map here, which I haven't had two copies of, unfortunately, but it shows Peggy Road, and on it there are these little crosses. And since I have lived there since 2020, there have been 10 off-road accidents or incidents on Peggy Road. As far as I know, nobody was really hurt. So on this one here, it's the first one you come to on the road, and about maybe 3 or 4 years ago, a truck went off there at this place. Nothing bad happened. Recently, though, since the road, a U-turn got off there at the same place because it's actually a really troubling corner. Don't know, there's another corner and there are 3 crosses where people are going off. That's also a really troubling corner. Both of those corners have had the ditches increased and the road beach decreased, so that has in effect made them more unsafe. Along here there are other crosses, and over here there are crosses which you can see, which are in another area where there are 3 crosses. And another Hiku resident has actually put in a request to lower that speed limit to 50 in this area. We're requesting that the rest of it be lowered to 80. So we lowered the speed limit, but unless we have safety signage at these 2 bad corners here, and we think an increase in safety signage at this point, we think there will be a fatal accident, or at least a serious accident. So I just got from the AA site, and
Your time.
Yeah.
It's almost due.
Sorry, the definition of fatal injuries are injuries that result in death, and serious injury on fractures, concussion, internal injuries, concussion, severe cuts and lacerations, severe general shock necessitating medical treatment, and any other injury involving return detention in hospital. So what we're just saying is that the changes have made those sorts of accidents more likely. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Could we lodge a motion of support in our board minutes later for
Yes.
submission?
Thank you.
Because it's a lengthy process changing the speed limits. It's painful, actually.
Yeah, we're actually also going to do a petition to hopefully everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming.
Just so you all know, I'm actually going to jump the agenda, and I'm going to move on to 7.4. These guys have. The resolution we are about to review is that the Hiku Committee Board named the public road Matt's Place that is located at 301, 305 Tokorau Beach Road, Karikari Peninsula. Do I move it? Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions?
No, I'm very, very happy with the Matt's Place.
Thank you, Adele.
Thank you.
Is there any more? Any other questions? Bye.
Am I asking you? Who's representing this Taki? Kia ora. How many houses are down this side?
At the moment, it's subdivision is still in subdivision.
Yeah.
Not subdivision.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to understand match place to honour Simon Martin Ehrlich.
Okay, if the application that was put forward explains that Matt has lived within 500 metres of Eastern Road for the 76 years. His father already has the road named Simon Ehrlich Road. Uncle Dickard is the Matt has always been, since he was 4, he's been known as Matt for 1956. it is common for anyone out there, if they wanted something apart on weekend, something done, it would be referred to go down to Matt's place. He'll be able to sort you out.
I'm just wondering if Matt Urlich's road would be more appropriate. Why I say this is because we come across a lot of name changing or labelling, and so for me, Matt's place signifies one place rather than if you're going to have subdivisions down the road. I'm just suggesting.
I understand if you look at the requirements for things, it can't be a road because it is a non-exit road and there's quite a lot of requirements, and place is the only thing that's similar to benefiting.
So place as in terms of not someone's one individual house.
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So it goes right around in a circle.
Concept. Concept, right. Yep. And you can't personalise the ones. You can't be MAT''S as in referring to the person Matt. It can be just as a Matt's place.
Cool. It clarified that. I thought you meant it's one house, but it's actually a cul-de-sac.
Concept.
Couple.
Yep.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain?
Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I? Thank you.
Well done.
Help you go.
Now, way backwards to my apologies to all our visitors. I'll now report back to the planned program. We will be now open the floor for speakers, and first I'd like to invite up Mrs. Rhonda Kite.
She's not here. I'm just wondering if Hekonea Whae Pare, Hekuia, and if she could go next Whae Pare, Nathan over here.
You have the floor.
You're
on there.
I've just come to support our tono for funding towards Kaumātua Makariki. We hold Kaumātua Makariki over the whole month of Makariki, which is July this year. That involves 4 or 5 events. We sort of try to have one event a week. We can only handle 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock. In the past, it has been sponsored by Rōmama Te Runga Te Rawa, but this year they have other priorities. They've taken it out to Pawarenga and Pumarin, but that's all right. To me, this is a time kaumātua enjoy one another's company. The first day we have a ceremony, kawemate. That kawemate is bringing photos of their loved ones that's just passed the last month since Pakariki. That's a formal welcome to the marae, which is Roma. They bring along their photos and we acknowledge land. They bring along the tears, the aroha, and they share kōrero, talk about the life of their loved ones. And then it always finishes up with a waiata. The waiatas are sort of back in the 60s, 70s. So it's a really an enjoyment time for kaumātua. And then, of course, we go for meal. Another occasion, we have what we call kai tapito, old foods that our grandparents were brought up. And a lot of that food now is quite hard to access. So, yeah, we've been to spend a bit of money there. But it's a time of just coming together and enjoying one another. We have a combined service right at the end of Patariki. We have the Catholics, the Rathanas, the Anglicans, and the Fellowship. But it's an enjoyment time for the Kaumata. That's why I'm here. Any questions?
Any questions?
No, that's right. Yeah.
No discussion on that?
Oh, pātai. Kia ora whā. Ki te hau ko tō tono mai te marae o Roma. Ki te au e tai āhua o tō hui, tō koutou hui I te rātau. Ki o whakaro tokohianga kaumātua kuia haere mai ana ki tēnei kaupapa o te matariki.
Well, last year our catering was always based around 80 people. The biggest problem is really transport, is we're getting them there. Kurunanga has a band, the Hauora runs their band, and Answers run their band, but there's still kaumātua out there that don't have the transport. And I find with kaumātua, it's hard work. So there's lots of people involved here, and it's sort of kanui, I say kanui te kanui. They don't read emails, they don't read primaries. It's face to face and come along. That sort of interaction.
And the caregiver pickup.
Yeah, and someone to pick them up. Let's use that transport one. I think the Hiku Hauora, they do a couple of trips, the Dunanga Kurako.
Any further questions? It's okay. It's okay. Okay, we have our discussions on funding at the end of the meeting, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. You'll know today. So, okay, now we'll go back to the start. Ms. Rangimare Pomare.
Imagina kia koutou I tēnā waka. Ko Rangimare Pomare ko te ingoa. I've actually got my class on here, just to know them. So every year for the last 5 years, we've run matariki events for our class. So Māori o Tupu Whanau, Māori o Kuku Wiro, Māori o Rangi Anua, as well as Te Rito for the choir and for the out east. And so every year we run matariki events for our tamariki, and this year we'll be running festival, matariki festival over 2 days. And I'm really glad my friend over here, Heidi, she knows that we take over this whole space, and the kids are running relays and playing kiurahi and swimming and just fun activities to celebrate the year. So that's really the purpose of here. We applied for funding. We haven't even received any funding from the council in the past. We actually missed out last time because the application was for the wrong place. So I don't need that again for sure. That's it really. You're welcome to come on the 3rd and 4th of June. We have 300 plus staff. So there might be about 350 this year. That's the whole of the year.
Any questions, please?
Hi, I'm Adele Gardner. I was looking at the application earlier, and I noticed that there is no quotes attached to the application at all. So I'm just wondering, do you have any quotes? Or?
Yeah, we do. I don't know why they're going on. They were attached. Yeah, we do. We definitely do have quotes. I can send them through. Yeah, I did actually email last week and go, okay, we're up for 70. I don't know that. We do have a lot of breaks. silage, venues. I think we could do a couple of things. I'm good to it. I don't know. Thank you.
And just the other thing is, just wanted to know, you're going to do it on the 24th and 25th of June. Is that all? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions?
I just had one part of it, and it was just, I think we helped with some funding towards the community garden. I was just keen to know how that's going.
Good.
Joyce?
It's going well. It was a big trip at the yes, a lot of things that we've been growing, kumara, watermelons did really well. We've shared out. And you should be getting a report at the end of this day, Catherine.
Good. No further questions? Thank you. Thank you very much, and you'll be notified after the meeting.
I don't want to start because we didn't get codes though. So how do we do that? How do we deal with that?
You're going back to there now. You can email them through.
Okay. That's cool.
Ngā mihi kia koutou o tūtū tarakihi hara mai ki wāngini a tātou te rānei. Nō reira, mihi atu mō ngā mahi rawe mahi a i roti te hāpori tānui. Kia koe hoki e rangi Māori, te tumuaki o te kura. Tēnei te wā e tino tono te maho ngā tangata o te hāpori mō ngā kaupapa matariki. Nō reira, me i rongo te tahi na whaia, me tahi atu, engari kia kaha ki te whakahaere te rā hui mō ngā kura kaupapa, kura a iwi katoa. Nā kia koutou.
Sure. I'll call on our next speaker, Ms. Netta Smith, Kara Hospital.
Morena koutou, konei te oina. My role is the operations manager at Kaitaha Hospital. I've been at Kaitaha Hospital for the last 46 years. I've been in the manager role for the last 26. So the application we have in front of you is for a GM2 CT mag system with probe to support breast and other cancer surgery at Kaitaha Hospital. You've got the submission there, and I can go through that. However, I suppose I just really wanted to forward that my role is responsible for applications for capital for the hospital. This particular piece of equipment which enables surgeons to actually identify lymph nodes during the cancer operations, and patients not having to go onto Whānau or to have their surgery. Like I said, it's been on our capital, however, it's at the bottom of the priority list, and we just haven't been able to get it off the line because there's the important day-to-day capital equipment that is required at the hospital. We have got a surgeon that, and just a little bit about the theatres, we have continued to run theatres up at the hospital 5 days a week with a variety of different surgeries, orthopaedics, and a lot of knee replacements. And breast surgery is another type of surgery that we actually do, but we aren't able to put patients on our list that require this type of procedure. When we had a look at the data, there's probably about 50 people within Taitokino area that have to go on to either Whānau or Auckland to have this type of procedure done. I suppose, any questions about the actual piece of equipment? I've got it in the report, but if there's anything that we want to know more about the piece of equipment.
I've got a couple of questions about this, but who's going to maintain the equipment? Or...
Yep, so it's part of all the theatre equipment that we currently have.
So there's a maintenance for all of that equipment, and it will come under that particular program. Yeah.
No, I'm a big supporter of this, and yeah, I think it's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to look at things that can be done based locally at home, closer to home. Whānau can actually have their surgeries here rather than going to any procedures that we can do locally. We really try and do that. Having the surgeons that come up from Bangladesh to do that, but we're not able to give them the equipment, makes it a little bit harder and a bit more challenging for them to want to actually come here and do surgeries. This is one piece that, would support that. There's probably plenty of others. However, this is a piece that we just haven't been able to get over the line due to the priority of other things. Yeah.
Kia ora, Nita. Can I?
We do also have the oncology unit at the hospital, and we try and, meet the needs of those treatments, but this one is specifically for during the operation, where the surgeons can identify actually lymph nodes that don't require a radiation type treatment as well.
So just two questions. First one, the 50 people, is that on the list currently, or is that per year, or what's the...
Those were the ones that we've identified that are on the list at the moment.
Okay, kia ora. And my next question is just the sort of foundations involved in the application. Just want to understand who will own the machine, and that it's a community-owned machine, and the hospital won't go off. Whangarei's broke, we'll send ours down there.
Yeah, make sure that it goes to the community foundation, and it belongs to Kaikoura Hospital, not to Te Whatuora.
Okay.
Any other further?
Yes, thank you. I'm Adele. Lisa, how are you? This will be a huge game changer for Hiku. It really will. I'm really excited that people do not have to travel out of the district to Auckland, Whangarei for this procedure. So the other question, it'll be insured, obviously. It'll become an asset of the Kaikoura Hospital and be insured under the... Oh, that's good. Yeah. That's good. When will it be delivered?
As soon as it's paid.
That's wonderful.
There's no way for it as soon as it's paid.
Yeah.
Would be it's usually within 4 to 6 weeks. Yeah. Any of that equipment like that coming through. It usually goes to Whangarei and it goes through an independent check and then it comes up to us.
Yeah. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Nita.
Just asking one final question. Te Hiku Community Board is limited in how much it can allocate, but is there some sort of public community outreach to, top up to get to your 59K? Not yet?
Well, we haven't looked at that. I mean, this is the first application sort of got in. Haven't gone to any other sources at this point. Yeah. And, at the end of the day, I feel that Te Whatuora also is responsible for providing us with equipment to deliver services. I would say no, that's my interest, and where our priorities actually lie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nita.
Nita.
And I'd like to call our next speaker, Anita. How would you pronounce this?
Lasike.
Lasike. I'm glad I didn't say it.
That's okay. Morning and I am the manager for the Pompelli Under 14 basketball team, and this is my husband David, and he's the coach. This is not quite the game changer that we've just heard, but it's still a game, and we're trying to make a change. So this is our third year coaching this team. We have taken them to a couple of tournaments in Auckland and raised funds to make this happen. We've overcome hurdles with the lack of access to basketball courts here in the Whanau. Hockey Medal have allowed us to train in their gym these past 2 years, albeit a smaller size court. However, we're still very grateful. We added more training this year, a second afternoon at Kaitoa College to prepare
Our team plans to attend the AIMS games. So AIMS is the Association of Intermediate and Middle Schools. So around 12,000 intermediate students from all over Aotearoa come together for what is considered a mini Olympics. Exposing our rising generation to this atmosphere of talent, cooperation, discipline opens our boys' eyes to what is possible. It will be held the 5th to the 11th of September. Hence why we are here to apply for funding to ease the burden of fundraising on the final players. We have estimated the cost of just over $12,000. We are 3 months out of attending, and we have trimmed back costs in our accommodation by staying with a previous resident of Aitaya, Picker and Ralph McDonald, who are now living in Tauranga. Accommodation for our teams, the teams that stay in Tauranga can vary between 8 and 12,000, so trim back. Right back. They're going to stay with lifestyle at McDonald's. So the largest cost for us now is the travel, the van hire to see 12 of us is 2,795, and the petrol on top of that is estimated around 2,000. We already have now in our pledge year 2,475. And our other fundraising still going, got you back, because that's 4,000 so far. So if Tahiti Community Board can support this application, we can add Tahiti Community Board to the back of all our boys' training t-shirt. And wouldn't that be a great site as we train?
Amazing site.
Any questions?
Sorry, kia ora, Crystal Rose TNA. Is this the only team you're sending down? Is there a rugby or anything? Or is this the basketball? Yes. Oh, yeah. Awesome.
2 years ago, or 3 years ago, we came a humble.
And they love it.
That matters.
They would go back again.
Yeah.
But the challenge was the numbers that didn't happen the following year. So we've been preparing to take these boys training.
Kia ora, just a part-time for our committee. Would this come under the Rural Sports Travel Fund or no?
No, rural travel is only for within district, and it's to get tamariki and wata to trainings and competitions within the district, and it is fully subscribed. It's significantly oversubscribed.
Okay.
Any questions? Just a reminder, we'll be in touch with you today at the end of the meeting. Thank you for that.
And thank you for training our kids.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Rhonda Kite, Spring North in New Zealand, and she's online. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for a moment. Oh.
Technology.
Kia ora koutou katoa. How are you all this morning? I got a flat tyre, otherwise I would have been there. So I've had to join online very quickly. I take it that my application has been read. So my background is in film production and television production, and I've been in post as well for something like 30 years. In my kind of semi-retirement, I've joined forces with other practitioners up here in Northland, and we saw a gaping hole in the opportunity to have film locations promoted in Northland. So my colleague Karen Sidney is looking after the Kaipara District Council area. We're still looking for partners in Whangarei, and I'm representing the Far North for locations. I've given you a couple of case studies as to why I think it's important, and I'm sure that you all agree from an economic perspective and a social perspective that we promote ourselves as a destination for filming and for tourism as well. There are 11 regional film offices in the country, and all but 3 are funded by, well, I say funded, they are represented by council employees. And there was only 2 areas that weren't covered in the country, and that was Northland and Gisborne. So Gisborne we're helping them sort of set up as much as we can with advice at the moment, and then we'll have the whole country covered. So I think the other thing I'd like to add to this is the career options that come out of this. In my application, you'll see that I managed to get 10 interns onto the Far North shoot television series with South Pacific Pictures. 3 have since gone on to full-time careers in the industry. We had 2 students from Kaitaia College who were given sabbatical. So they were not only interns on the production, but they still had to do their exams and their homework and their schoolwork at the same time. One of those girls was actually offered a media job with South Pacific Pictures. She gratefully denied it and is going on to university now. So the spin-offs of all of this is really quite very exciting, very exciting. Most people, when they look at, television programs and film programs, they look at the producers, the directors, which is called above the line. But below the line is where we need the talent and the opportunity to be able to set up internships. And just another update, Netflix Australia and New Zealand have now contributed to New Zealand on Air to fund internships on internal productions. So again, that gives us the opportunity to take advantage of that as well. And I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah. Hi, Rhonda. It's Adele Gardner here. We'd love to be able to help you out, and I think it sounds really exciting. However, there is no quotes or anything for your. You've got estimates here, but no quotes attached. Are they coming or no?
It's really. They're coming. It's really difficult to know, what, like location shoots, for instance. We have to do a show reel, and it's really difficult until we can say what we have the capability of being able to invest. It's hard to get quotes. So everything is pending, and I think that the first thing is getting logos on board. If the FNDC, back us, Northern New Zealand have said that they will certainly support us with applications. And I guess, Adele, we've got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I understand that, but we've got to be accountable to the ratepayer as well. So sure. We have to what we need to fund out of this. So, and the quotes that go with it. So we really do need something from you. So we could actually you could work with Catherine to sort that out maybe?
Through the chair, you can do that, or you can treat it as seed funding, which essentially is what this application is. They do the project report, they have to show where everything has been spent anyway. So it's not just disappearing.
Yeah, I understand that. And we've given seed funding in the past.
And that's essentially what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Kia ora Rhonda, ko Hilda Haukia Harawira tēnei, mihi atu kā koe. Do you have any involvement with the local schools, when you're looking at internships? Are you looking at a particular age group that you're wanting to attract? Is it like year 13s or younger?
Well, it's interesting because I'm actually doing a pilot project with Ahi Parepara School, and they're for 11 to 13-year-olds, and it's a pilot program where we introduce technology to storytelling, and it's a day-and-a-half program, and we facilitate the students to write their own books and then also to create them, to then use the technology to put them online. In that arena, we talk about the creative sector and film and television and the opportunities that are there. So the answer is yes. And why we chose that age group is that transition from kura to high school we see a bit of a dropout rate up here through Kaitaia College. So we're trying to kind of help them transition into the next journey, if you like, of their education. That said, the interns that we would be taking on would have to be over 18.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe.
Yeah. Kia ora, Rhonda. Eddie Blass here. I see that you've got, kia ora. I see that you've got applied for funding from 10 other sources, and in the application it's pending. Have you heard back from those sources today?
I've had meetings with most of them, and they're all very supportive. They want to see me up and going before they commit. So my area being far north, this was my first pit stop, really.
Thank you. No further questions? Thank you, Rhonda. You'll be notified after our meeting today.
Can I just make a closing statement? So my board is Emeritus Professor Dr. Ella Henry, who led Māori media at Auckland University. She's just recently retired. And she has three daughters, and all of them are in the film industry and doing extremely well. And Karen Sidney is a writer, producer, director. She's taking care of the Kaipara District Council area. And as I say, we're looking for a partner in the Whangarei District Council area. And that may very well be another colleague of ours who's moved north, Lawrence Wharedo. And he's working for NRC at the moment, and he's very keen to come and help us. So between us all, we've got like close to 100 years of experience in this industry, and we've been on most of the guilds in the country. I've been on been assessing for the New Zealand Film Commission, New Zealand On Air. Now Whakaari, I was one of the founding members of that, which is Māori, represents Māori in film and television. I just wanted to close off just to give you some, some comfort that we are seasoned professionals in the industry. Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Okay. Bye.
Sorry, Monsieur le Chair. I have to leave now.
Yes.
This other hui, but I'll stay online till 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Hilda.
Thank you. And I'll call up Heidi Switzer, and that's in Te Hiku Sports Hub Incorporated.
Kia ora, I'm Heidi from Te Hiku Sports Hub. I'm the venue manager. So pretty much, as you guys all know, Te Hiku Sports Hub is a community facility that is very high use and caters to our tamariki, rangatahi, our adults, our kuia whanakua as well. And what we're catering to is anything recreation, leisure, sport, wellness, anything in that space that helps our community thrive. So within that space, we are always looking to improve within our infrastructure, continue with our maintenance, but also we want to make sure that this is a facility that engages the entire community. So making it accessible and inclusive to all. So within that space, what we're looking for today is just a little bit of support around our chair situation at the hub. So we're looking for the purchase of 25 new chairs. We are also looking for application of a anti-slip floor solution for our pool hall, and then also lastly is just a little bit of integration with some new gym pieces. So starting with our chairs, I guess when you do walk into the facility at the moment, you can see that chairs are limited, and especially limited to those with mobility issues such as our elderly, our carers, those who cater with disabilities, and that sort of thing. So with what we are sort of looking for, we're looking for to purchase some new chairs that hold a higher dynamic load, so that means slightly moving. So to look at a 250 kg weight of dynamic load and then a static load of 150 kg compared to our current chairs which are warehouse chairs. So if any of you know them, they're the plain white ones that you usually have when you're out camping, which don't sustain a lot of load, and that's been where we have seen a few incidents arise because of the type of chairs that we do have, but also a lot of our kuia kamatua, those who just know what the current chairs are like, refuse to sit down because of knowing that instantly within the chairs, which creates a lot of issues for us at the hub in terms of that accessibility range. Then the anti-slip floor solution, currently, especially during high peak hours or program transitional times, such as our Swim Tangaroa program, we are seeing a huge increase in slip risk. You do actually see that on a day-to-day without that high usage as well. And the issue that we're having here is that even though my team are doing their best to maintain the floors, they are naturally slippery when wet. The tiles that were installed are grade A style for pool safe tiles for that pool deck hall, but we are seeing that the increase in risk at the hub is starting to become a huge area of concern for everyone involved, from our little tamariki all the way to our kuia and whaingatua. So this is probably our largest area in which we're wanting to input the solution that Stonecraft has now found and go over the entire pool deck and including the changing rooms as well. And with this application, what will happen is we'll leave it for a whole day, and we've already tested a 5 metre square patch and seen a huge reduction in slips within that one little 5 metre square patch. So by implementing that throughout the entire pool deck core, we should see a large reduction. Also just huge appease for my team in terms of dealing with those littlies who are slipping over without holding their mum's hand, even when they're walking, and the likes of that as well. So that's definitely probably our main issue here. And you've probably also seen a couple of comments on our Facebook in regards to the slips at the hub as well. So we are trying out these slips as our next step, because we do not want to have to pull these tiles off the floor. And then last but not least was just in regards to our gym equipment. We have opened for 2 years now, and we just are in need of a little gym refresh to keep our members engaged, to keep the retention up, to offer more programs in regards to group fitness classes and the likes, and cater to those who like to be in that group environment and not just head into the gym. We'll also be looking at a few little pieces that help improve stability, balance, nothing too crazy, but just something that will give our members a fresh new look and feel into the gym, and know that we care about them and the community, and we want to keep the facility alive, and that we're hearing what it is.
Thank you. Open to questions.
Excellent application. Thank you so much.
Amazing. What's the sort of lifespan or lifetime of the application for the floor?
So it is 1 year, so we've applied for 2 years of application within that funding there.
Okay.
And that will be done through Stonecraft and Mike Meerkat, because 3 out of 4 of our incidents reported for slips, trips and falls. And we do want to minimise that by at least 50%.
Thank you.
Sure, Stephen. I'm all about supporting local businesses. So the chairs and gym equipment, there's no one up here that you could get it from?
No, so we do go through Life Fitness in Auckland, and they're the ones who originally decked out the gym space. So we do have a good contract and a good partnership with them. In terms of the chairs, I have outsourced and looked for quotes within the area, and I haven't been able to find any as of such in terms of the load bearing that I'm after for safety. But also, I didn't mention before, is that I have looked at chairs that come without arms for those who are more comfortable without arms, but then with sturdy arms for those who need that support when they push out of their chest.
No further questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And on that note, I shall call a 5-minute recess. Welcome back, everyone, including new staff that have just walked in and those of you online. We're moving to 6.1, confirmation of previous minutes. That Te Hiku Community Board confirmed the minutes of the meeting held 4th of May 2026 to be true and a correct record. Could I have a mover, please?
Just before we do that, Mr. Chair, I think we should be really looking at 6.2 first, because there's going to be a few amendments to the minutes
Okay.
with the drainage.
Those aren't treated as a separate entity?
Well, they are, but there's going to be a
crossover.
A crossover because of the there's going to
resolution for the drainage.
Drainage.
So you guys should just be noting the minutes. You shouldn't be confirming them. They should be confirmed at that committee.
Okay.
So you might need to amend the wording for that resolution.
Is that for?
It says that not the minutes. So
Yeah.
it says confirmation.
Confirmation.
Today you're just noting the minutes at the next drainage committee meeting. That's where they will be confirmed. So any changes will need to be made at that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry about confusion.
Right.
Okay.
Because in our minutes there is some changes to the kaitaia and the Waihara Kaikino.
So just to correct me if I'm wrong, 6.2, we'll take note of the previous Karaia Waihara Kaikino Utatangi Government Area Committee minutes.
Yeah.
Note, and those changes that you signal will be done at that meeting. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So the delegation sits with the committee to make the changes and confirm the minutes. We'll just note.
And then we'll just note them in our minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that if there's any changes made at that committee, they'll need to come back here.
Okay.
We're still, through the chair, we've still got some errors in the last minutes. I've noticed that Walter Masters is not on the Karaia committee.
Yeah. And that's what we'll be addressing. You'll be addressing at the next drainage meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rhonda.
Are those in the errors in the drainage?
Now,
Hiku ones. So that's what was adopted at that time. That then went to the drainage committee and it has been changed there. So once they've adopted their minutes, they will come back and we will adopt. So you're just confirming that that's what was discussed at the last Te Hiku meeting? Was his name on there at the last Te Hiku meeting?
No.
Yeah, so those are just confirming that that's what happened at the Te Hiku meeting last time.
Yeah, but I thought we made corrections at the last meeting to put them on there.
I'm pretty sure we did as well.
Yeah,
Because we added to the list.
It was not noted.
So it's definitely, because I put up last meeting.
Okay.
I'll check the minutes, but I did add him because I didn't know his first name. Remember, he's
Walter Masters. Yeah.
So moving on from here, we continue with.
So you can confirm the minutes with confirmation that the name will be investigated and added and the minutes corrected if needed.
Okay. Okay, moving on, confirmation of previous minutes, page 8. That the Te Hiku Committee Board confirmed the minutes of the meeting held 4th of May 2026. And what do I add there, Rhonda? Because it's not a true and correct.
I am going to check the name.
Okay.
And edit if need be. With wording, with confirmation that the name will be corrected by staff.
We got that? Thank you, Rhonda. Have we got a mover?
Yes. Thank you.
Seconder?
Yeah, I'll second.
Thanks, Ed.
And that's with the confirmation of the change.
Are there any questions? Apart from what we've already covered.
Can I, the resolution with the Deputy Committee Board was to establish a working group to understand the message out for capacity. What?
That is now in open through the chair. It's in open resolutions.
No, I'm just asking what has the committee done today to form their working group?
So there's no discussion as part of the confirmation of previous minutes. So you are just discussing whether or not they're for record. Any business to do with the minutes would be discussed in open resolution versus dash.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Yeah. All those in favour? Against? Abstain? Carried. 6.2. Page 1. That Te Hiku Community Board note the minutes of the following meetings held 20th of April 2026. Kaitaia Drainage Area Committee, Waiharara and Kaikino Drainage Area Committee, Motatangi Drainage Area Committee. Could I have a mover? Yes. Keba. Thank you. Seconder. Adele. Any discussion?
It's the one where the names on it are incorrect, so I don't really want to have that. He knows it, but you need to know it was the correction error.
So the correction will be made at the drainage committee. So when that agenda is circulated, the zero can respond to Natasha when she circulates the agenda. So we're not confirming the minutes.
Can I just say
yes,
that this...
just the one thing is that we did a resolution as well. So within there was a resolution there. So hopefully that'll be picked up. 4.1.
Any further discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Carried. Okay. 71, page 25, that the Te Hiku Committee Board commits 891,149 from its delegated footpath budgets from years 25-26 and 26-27 to construct a footpath along Kaitaia Awaroa Road, providing a connection from the Pukipoto for the Pukipoto community. Could I have a mover, please?
Yep, I'll move up.
Seconder?
Yep.
Open for discussion. Thank you.
We've got 4 options here. Yeah, are you going to talk?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, morning to Tātou. I'm called Matt Richardson, Tuku Ingoa. So my role at Council is Manager of Infrastructure Delivery. So not the author of this report. Anya McCarthy's our Senior Project Manager, couldn't make it today, but I'll speak to the report. So the resolution talks about committing the Te Hiku Ward's new footpath budget for 25-26 and 26-27. And also the low-cost, low-risk footpath budget for this year as well. So these 4 options there in front of the board, scalable based on availability of budget. So just to give the board an update where the project's currently at, so we have engaged a engineering services provider to design the footpath. We are at the 20% stage. So the project's been put on hold at this stage until resolution from the community board about the availability of the budget moving forward. So as the report suggests, there's 4 options in front of us. First option being the full commitment of the budget, which will cover about 1.2 kilometres of the 1.5 kilometre length of the footpath, and then scalable based on budget as we go down our options. So we would recommend constructing as much as we can in the upcoming construction season. to both gain efficiency and economies of scale to construct the footpath. So, are there any further questions that the board has?
Yeah, through the chair, I've got a couple. Just when it comes to the project amount for the footpath, is that using a local contractor?
We'll be, through the chair, yeah, we'll be using local resources as much as we can. That's where the efficiencies and that local fuel come in.
Is it quite high still? 891,000?
Yeah, it feels high. Those are based on typical rates for other light construction contracts we've had in the past. So our goal would be to gain those efficiencies as much as we can, both through procurement and through our construction methodology. An example being the timber footbridge. You're looking at using some sort of modular units that may offset some of that cost as well. So we'll be looking to engage with the supply chain about how can we reduce that cost of reference.
And through the chair, so how have you come to that figure to do that project? How's that?
Yeah. So really just scalable based on the length of the project and existing rates that we have with the So again, that is subject to change, but I wouldn't expect it to go.
Oh, so that's the higher.
That's the higher seat. Gotcha. We'll be driving that cost down.
Just a question on how far does that 1.2 take us? Sorry. Sorry, I'm just having trouble seeing this.
Page 24.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Through the chair, from the Pukekoto school to roughly about 686 on the Awaroa Road there. So that's just past the Te Rawarewa Manawa.
Okay.
Through the chair, the report makes reference to future public island development with 20 to 40 homes. On the map that we've got on page 25, do you know where that is, that proposed public island?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, not one minute to ask that question. I'll have to get that information.
The chair, I can answer that. There is over 10 acres of land behind Te Uri or Hina Marae that they have got earmarked for land. But when we did a site visit, they were speaking about. And then there was also mention in passing of further down towards Kaifaya past Te Rawarewa.
Because effectively that doubles the number of residential properties in Pukekoto. It would be a shame to not have them having foot access to. Yeah, it'd be nice to know what that eastern one is. The other question I just had was, well, a couple more questions. One, the footbridge. Does that footbridge need replacement, or is it just the fact that we're doing new, so we have to put a new?
It will require to meet, development safety standards. It will require to be replaced.
Okay, so at the moment it's unsafe.
At the moment, sorry,
the new one.
Okay.
It's behind the road area.
Yeah.
There's no footbridge there.
Is this the one just below the school?
Okay.
The road bridge further along in between the two marae is the actual one.
Someone, just through the chair, my next question is, this has been a priority project since 2018, in 2021 and 2024. So 2 questions. If we approved one option, when would the project commence and when would it be completed?
Through the chair, project commencement will start in its construction season, so likely October. And I expect the duration to be about 8 to 10 weeks.
Any further questions?
Sorry. Yes. Okay. So it's the whole entire 1.2, if that's what the recommendation is. Is it fully concrete? It's not just the gravel?
Correct. Yeah, through the chair.
Because that's what it currently is, right? It's just
it's the enabling routes where they widen the shoulder with the metal. So this fund will be committed to the concrete.
Yeah, and the width of it?
The width will be 1.5. Typically, NZTA has changed their standards to 1.8 moving forward, which will obviously, wider footpath but shorten our length.
Yeah.
1.5 is acceptable.
Adele through the chair. I'm just confirming that the town beautification budget is there for 25-26. Yes, it is. So that's awesome. That gives it an extra buzz. So this will be a huge game changer for Cookie Pod on. It'll be great. Thank you.
And a timely change. Are there any other questions? Any further discussion?
I'll just through the chair, going back to it, it'd be awesome, making sure look after our contractors when it comes to the money that the recommend, I suppose. So awesome.
And just through the chair will be option 1 that we'll be voting on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's definitely my preference.
Yeah.
Well, that's all right, because
absolutely.
Nobody brought it up.
No, I think I'd recommend that too, Adele.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're hoping and walking halfway to school.
No.
Right. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Carried. Thank you very much.
8 weeks from October.
8 weeks from October.
Thank you very much.
I'll check it every day.
Okay, we're moving on to 7.2, page 32. Amenity lighting, that the Hiku Community Board approves the installation of amenity lighting at Korora Street, Park Playground, JC Park Playground and JC Park Walkway intersection. Could I have a mover? Adele? Seconder? Any questions of the report? Would you like to?
Nice to be back in front of you all. And thank you to Adele and also Mike for replying on the 29th of April to do the site visits. So this report is confirming the locations and we have been able to squeeze in the two extra within the budget, which I think is awesome. So hopefully you've all been able to take a look at the maps where the lighting spill will be in the locations, but if you have questions or suggestions. And also by putting 2 lights into the park across the road here, we've been able to squeeze the installation costs down for not only those 2, but also Allendale. So again, it's about having the 3 so close together. And there is budget available for all 5 of those.
Right. Are there any questions?
So, just for clarity for the chair, so there's the 3 options today. What happened to the Kari recreational?
So through the chair, the Kari recreational hub multi-ports was already a confirmed location out of the strategic plan, and Allendale Drive was confirmed by the previous community board. So those 2 were already confirmed. They haven't been installed yet to get the effective pricing. The contractor will still require the best price to the community, but they are ready to install them this week, next week.
Thank you, Eddie. Any further discussion, questions? No. All those in favour? Against? Abstain? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this one we have 1 item.
7.3. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you not shuffling around anymore. Okay, moving on to 7.3. Moranga Reserve appointment of the Hiku Community Board. That Te Hiku Community Board appoint a member as a representative to the Moranga Reserve Working Group.
Through the chair, and we do have Lani on site to provide an update based on the council meeting. So there's a note in here that the report was written prior to the meeting.
Right. Lonnie.
Morena, kia ora tātou. Apologies for not being there in person. The note is in reference to page 42 underneath the formation of a working group. Prior to this board meeting, the papers were obviously due before last week's council meeting. So there is a note in there that says council will consider approving the draft kaitiaki agreement. That was done last week. So that has been done. It has been approved by council and moved. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I move on, do I have a mover?
Yeah, I'll move.
Ed. Seconder.
I'd like to speak before we start, please, through the chair.
It's protocol. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to give some context through the chair, to this application. So I just want to have a step back and talk about the Rangitoto Reserve, which was a recreation reserve. And as a board, we suggested a change to a historic reserve because the public could not use that reserve because to get to the reserve, they had to go through private land. So it was a really good change. And we did the consultation, and now there's a management plan being written to help manage this piece of land. So that's that piece of land. So I'm now going to talk about this reserve. So back in the day, our community board supported this piece of land becoming a reserve in order for all the community to use this space. Since that has happened, the status of the reserve has changed from ordinary local purpose reserve to a historic reserve, of which there was no community consultation. So being ratepayer money that was paid to acquire this piece of land, I'm sort of a bit concerned. I have seen paperwork pertaining to the history of this piece of land, and I noticed that this is a resource that may have to be, because it does say in the report that an agreement and resourcing. So what is going to be resourced? Are you able to tell me that, please, Lani?
You're still on mute, Lani.
Apologies. Yes, the resourcing is in reference to the co-maintenance agreement that has been established alongside the hapu. So there is a standing arrangement with them that the hapu will help maintain the land, i.e. mow the area, and council will also do the same on another section.
So it's not going to become under the city care contract?
Currently it isn't under the city care contract.
Which it should be.
Yes. There was a discussion around this at council, and I believe more work is going to be done with the appropriate group that takes care of the maintenance and contracting of that area.
Thank you, Lani. That was covered at the last council meeting.
Aye, kia ora.
So the other question is the invasive species. What does that mean? What invasive species have been found on that piece of reserve?
Through the chair, I'll have to get back to you on that when I open up the agreement. It is in the signed agreement, the types of planting and works that will go on around that area. I'll have to get back to you, the board, on that.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel. Can you hear me, Rachel?
Can you hear me now? I just unmuted myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we did have quite a discussion at council the other day around this. I just thought I'd give you, I've made up a little, just a quick summary of what we discussed, just for your record. Correct me if, I know you were there, Bill, and Fire, Hilda. I see Davina's online, she was there also, but we were just considering the proposed kaitiaki agreement for the reserve. There were some legal questions raised about it. For example, we talked about whether there was sufficient public consultation before the proposed management arrangement became the preferred option. We talked about whether the proposed arrangement was fully consistent with the Reserves Act 1977. We talked about the clarification of the legal classification and status of the area when it was 1 and 3 Wharoa Way, I think it's called, whether any public notification requirements should have been applied, whether the process created a perception that the outcome was already predetermined, whether the process aligned with the community expectations when the land was purchased as a public reserve, whether council's significant and engagement policy was appropriately applied. And then after all those discussions, council's legal advice from council's own legal team to us was that the proposed arrangement was lawful and could proceed. However, alternative initial legal discussions have raised some pretty serious questions regarding the consultation, reserve management powers under the Reserve Act, reserve classifications and statutory process requirements. So these matters were raised as governance, legal and process issues during the classification and formed part of our discussion for the future management of the reserve. That was my quick summary of the discussions that we had. So personally, when I was there, I still was quite unclear with sort of the legal status, my understanding of the reserve. I don't know how you felt, Bill, after that, but I still had quite a few questions, and we've been seeking further clarification, really, just to know that we've got it right before we proceed.
Just reinforcing what you said, Rachel, yes, those questions are coming through now. And no doubt that'll be left at council table.
So, yeah. Rachel, just a quick question from me. Was the legal stuff, was that in writing or was that just verbally?
The differing of opinion or of discussions or the council's own legal opinion?
Probably council's, is it? The council's legal team were there and gave verbal advice on the spot. Wasn't in writing. No, we have asked for clarification in writing so that we can just be really clear. I think it's really important just to, so we're all fully getting this right, getting our T's crossed and our I's dotted. So I think it's important to get that and report back once we've got that in writing. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I've got a question for the Chair, Solani. So who's actually on this working group?
Kia ora, through the Chair. At the moment it is just the hapu representatives. There are 3 representatives on there. Elected members have also endorsed Fire Hilda as an elected member onto the working group, and we are now here asking for a Te Hiku Community Board member to fill that working group.
And just to be clear also, sorry, through you, Chair, that these issues weren't raised around the commitment or the ability of local iwi and hapu and the great care that they have taken of the reserve. It was more just around governance and legal issues, so we didn't want to diminish the hard work that they've done or anything like that. It was more just around governance and legal process.
So through the chair, is there anything in the legal advice that prevents us from appointing a community board member to that working group and starting the work of that working party? I'm not sure who that question's to, but.
Chair, Lani, did you want to answer that?
Kia ora. I will pass that pātai over the e te hiamana to my GM, Aaron. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, kia ora Mr. Chair, through the chair. So, whilst the clarification of any legalities goes on, I will just like to bring us back to the objective of this paper, which is nomination to tend to the working group.
So that's will be.
So just through the chair, I would propose that we leave this to lie on the table, and I'd be happy to appoint Trevor if and when this paper is all settled in order to carry on this.
Through the chair, Lani as the report writer, is there any implications or leaving the report tonight?
Tēnā koutou. My understanding was that this went through thorough debate at council, and the outcome of that thorough debate was a consensus approval by council to approve the kaitiaki agreement, which now means the working group can be set up to give effect to that signed agreement by council.
Yeah, through the chair, I agree with Aaron. Like, the recommendation on this report is just to appoint a Hiku member. We're not discussing about legal stuff or anything. Yeah. So I reckon we can bring it back to the report, and the recommendation is to appoint someone to a working group. So
yeah. Through the chair, so we've currently got Adele's proposals, which she's moved for it to be left to lie.
Right.
So you've got the option to ask for a seconder, and then we can do a vote held on that. And because it's a procedural motion, if that then fails the vote, then you go back to the report.
Yeah. No further discussion? Before the board, we've now got Adele's amendment that this issue be left to lie.
I'm just a bit worried that,
Moved by Adele. Have I got a seconder?
Through the chair, and so what's your concerns, Adele?
Well, it's just till everything it's around the public consultation as well, because the public need to know what's going on, and there's not a lot of transparency going on, and so it would be really good to actually have it confirmed. I'm happy to appoint Trevor to this working group. I did have a discussion with you earlier,
Are we sort of, sorry, Adele, are we sort of now negating the first, the amendment?
Yeah, so because she's moved the procedural motion to leave it to lie,
right,
we now have to either get a seconder.
Okay, right, thank you. Okay. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? If there's no seconder, I'll move back to the original motion.
Sorry, through you, Chair, I can second it for the purpose of debate and voting.
Thank you.
Yeah, so through the chair, Rachel, so I'm still trying to get my head around this one. So can you re-explain what the go is for this? Yeah.
So it was really just some points were raised when we were in the debate around like what Adele has said around public consultation on this, and did we get the process right? And that is where it sort of all stemmed from. We had verbal from the legal team that it was, and I believe that has been asked for in writing. It would have been really great if we could have just got legal on here just to just set everyone's mind at ease, or just have your questions answered. I don't know if that's possible to get legal on here to just, as if Rebecca was available to pop on, or do you want to just adjourn this and see if we can get her on here so that you can ask her questions that may be of concern? I think that would be really helpful. And then come back to it, maybe.
Through the chair, I'd like legal to come online and give us a better explanation.
Could you give me some direction on
So
this?
it's up to you if you'd like to adjourn, we'll try and contact our legal team to see if we can get some advice for the members that are requesting it.
Through the chair, both Rebecca and Ina are on leave today, so there is no way we can get legal online.
Okay, we go back to the amended,
Yep,
the amendment.
I do run a second for the.
That's right, that was Rachel. All those in favour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were
3. Those against?
No.
Aye.
So you would have casting vote and chairperson, so we can choose to use it if you like.
I would, if there's no one else. Aye.
So was that against or for the casting vote?
Against the amendment. That
So
was
then we go back to the original.
the original amendment. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like one to be noted.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was for the recommendation.
Yeah.
Because I'd like legal to come on.
Yeah.
So I want to note.
Okay. Just from my point of view as chair, all I want is one of our representatives on that committee. That's my intention at this stage. The legalities of it can sort itself out at council. That's why I voted that way. Okay, 7.3, that the Te Hiku Committee Board appoint member as a representative to the Morangai Reserve Working Group. Have we got an appointee?
Chair, I'd like to appoint Trevor Benson.
I'll second that.
Second.
Aye.
Yes, second. Any further nominations? All those in favour?
Oh, I just had.
I
Sorry,
say,
I did have a question. I was keen to know from Marnie through the chair. So it sounds like Hapu members, Fireholder, Trevor Beatson, and then are there council staff also appointed to the working group? And if so, who? And what does it look like as a wider working group?
Hi, kia ora. Through the chair, kia ora, Trevor. Staff of council will not be on the working group, but we will support the working group with technical support. So we have the GM Te Hono, the GM Delivery and Operations, who will provide staff to support the working group.
Kia and nobody from legal by the sound of it.
Not for the rollout of the work program from the working group, but if we require them for specific things to do the work program, we will bring them in and ask for that advice.
Okay, kia ora. Because as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, it's really just the hapu want to be involved in looking after that piece of whenua. The council has a responsibility if it's a reserve, and it's working out a way to do that together in a meaningful, good way, right? So it's about how often we mow the lawn, how are we treating the reserve, what are we doing to beautify it. It's not any, as far as I understand, it's nothing clandestine or
Aye, and one of the first roles of the working group will be to develop and confirm your terms of reference for working, as well as developing a work program. Long term, and the bigger goal is to develop a reserve management plan for Moringai here. Kia ora.
Through you, sorry, with that vote, I didn't hear if there was anyone against.
I'm just abstaining.
We haven't, I didn't do that. All those in favour?
Abstain from me.
Against? Abstain?
Yeah, me.
And abstain from me too, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. So just to close off, we will be in touch with member beats and when we start getting the working group together. Tēnā koutou.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. 7.5, page 52. That Te Hiku Community Board adopt the community guidance for the funding from Te Hiku Community Board to provide guidance to applications from their community seeking funding from Te Hiku Community Board. Could I have a mover? Trevor. Seconder.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm doing it all.
Are there any questions?
Well, I just want to thank everyone for the guidance in this report. So it was quite good doing that survey, and now we've got clarity on our community funding now. So thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Just one about the events, providing that they have quotes. Because that's really important.
No further discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? So, Okay, 7.6, page 57, that the Te Hiku Community Board note the project reports received from Aipara Aroha Old Angels, Doubtless Bay Business Association, Karayan District A&P Association, Rangaulu Sports Club, SPCA neutering program. Do I have a mover?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Are there any questions?
Excellent applications. Have done some great things here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. No discussion? I'll give you a little bit more time.
Project reports are pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Just a question. In your experience, Catherine, most of them, no problems, no issues? Probably the only one would be late.
Yeah, that's usually the issue.
Yeah.
The plan is next month to provide you with a list of those who are overdue that I have been chasing for that response. We do have one that we've got a few queries about, but I'm going to discuss that.
Okay. Yeah. No further discussion. All those in favour? Against? Abstain? Carried. Now, Natasha's just going to check about lunch. Do you want to take a break now? Because he's funding applications are going to be quite comprehensive, and there's a fair few of them.
Yeah,
So we'll come back with a fresh mind, clear head.
Money, yeah.
We'll take a lunch break. There you go. We're moving on. Funding applications, 7.7, page 82. That the Hiku Community Board approved the sum of, and we're doing these one at a time, just so you know, that the Community Board approved the sum of 390 plus GST if applicable be paid from the Community Board's grant fund account to Whātau Knights Chess Club for costs towards 2026 tournament. Do I have a mover?
Yes, I'll move it.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Yes. Any questions?
I'd love to give them more, actually, but I was reminded, Mr. Chair, that that's what they've applied for, and that's what we support them for. I think it's really cool what they're doing with the Kontau.
Okay. Excellent. Any more questions? Any further discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. 7.7B, that the Hiku Community Board approve the sum of 59,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Northlands Community Foundation's Health Fund plus for costs towards the purchase of a Gen 2 Centre Mag unit for Katoa Hospital. Clever. Mover, please.
Yeah, I'll move.
I'll second.
Any questions?
Through the chair, this will be a huge, great game changer for this particular Hiku area. So I'm in support of this application. Thank you.
Ed, anything else?
No, I'm flexible of this too, and I just hope that hospital will just give us a good mention, you know.
Through the chair, it was touched on when she spoke, but we made sure that it was not done through Te Patu. It was done through the Northland Foundation, the Community Foundation, so that it stays here. They can't just move it.
Yeah. Thank you, Catherine. There's no further discussion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Abstain? Carried. 7.7C, that the Hiku Community Board approve the sum of 2,769 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to APA Aroha Incorporated for costs towards Matariki APA 2026.
Is it 7,007? It's 2,000.
2,706. Did I? That's it.
So, yeah.
If you want to give them an extra 5, that's where it is.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah. Don't know what's in my head these days. I'll move it. Seconder?
Yeah.
Open for questions.
Just through the chairman in support of this application, but however, there is another one application in the same area. Do we support two applications, although they are completely different?
Through the chair, you absolutely can. You're considering each application as its merits.
Yeah.
And when I looked at them, they are similar, but different enough.
Yes,
I think they're different.
That's what I was about to hear. And there is quotes attached to this application as well. So I am in support of that. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, through the chair, just probably to that, my experience out in Ahipara with the Matariki weekends is they are separate entities that host, but the events very much weave in together, and it becomes an opportunity for a full day event and activity in Ahipara. So if you go out, you can spend some time at the marae, you spend time with the Ahipara Aroha events that they put on, and it makes for a really good whole weekend experience between the various activities. And I think they market each other and support each other's as well. So very much a wider community thing.
No further discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. 7.7D, that the Te Hiku Community Board approve the sum of £2,380 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's committee grant fund account to Momentum Charitable Trust for cost towards life and financial skills program. So, let me move up. Then move up.
I can move.
Do I have a second?
I'm happy to second it for discussion's sake.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, I think for me, I just have questions around what they are delivering, what they're offering to deliver. Sounds like it probably should or could get funded by probations to deliver those services, and it seemed to me that probation should be paying for that service rather than community funding per se.
Chair, I've had this conversation with them. Probation will not fund it. They said they don't have enough money to do the services they already have to do. This is not a required service, but they found that it has good outcomes. They have sought funding elsewhere, but as with everything else, funding is being cut back left, right and centre, and they have struggled to get funding from anyone else, which is why they've ended up coming back to the board.
I just know that through the chair that we declined it in, was it in September? September, yeah.
Any further discussion? All those in favour?
Not for me, thanks.
Against?
I'm against.
Abstained? Carried.
So, it's lost. Yeah.
Funding application 7.7E, that the Hiku Community Board pulled a sum of $15,021.31 plus GST if applicable be paid from the Community Board's grant fund account to Hiku Sports Hub for costs towards health, safety and access utilisation improvements. Moved by Adele.
Chair, given that you've declined the previous one, you could fund this one in full. It's not a huge difference. The amount they've requested is $15,159.
Yeah, I'll read my motion and recommendation that we fund that.
Can you go through that cost again, please?
So 15159.
It's only sort of like
I'll second that.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Open for questions.
No, through the chair, was an excellent presentation by the coordinator of the Sports Hub, and this function or this place of Hiku Sports Hub is for everybody.
Serving as well.
So services, it's great service. Yeah. Thank you.
No further discussion?
So just,
yes,
Chair, just to clarify, Adele moved, and then Catherine suggested that you pay full. So change the amount. We still have Adele as mover and Trevor as secondary. There was no reason to make amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm happy with the amendment.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. 7.7F, that the Hiku Community Board approve the sum of $2,200 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Circularity Trust for costs towards adapted circus program for disabled youth. Do I have a mover?
Yes, I'll leave it.
Yeah, Trevor. Do I have a seconder?
I can second it.
Open for questions.
Yeah. Just through the chair, the amount that's requested is for a tutor for 20 hours, over quite a long period of time.
Through the chair, that is possible because they are not employees as such, they are a contractor, and that is something that the board can fund. The board is not supposed to fund wages and salary, but you can fund contractors' fees, which is how this is structured.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, the reason I won't be supporting this is that, I don't think the board should be paying tutors, so I won't be in support.
Any further discussion? All those in favour?
Against.
Those against?
Against.
Right. Motion's lost. Application lost. Moving on, 7.7G. That the Hiku Community Board approves a sum of 5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the Community Board's grant fund account to Te Kura, Te Papa, Auri o Tukura Ki. For cost towards Trevor, please.
So I'm happy to.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm happy to move the motion, but to the recommendation of the quotes of.
They have provided 2 quotes, one of 2,340, one of 1,200 for the Hiku Sports Hub and the Tiawi Centre. So that's a total of $3,540.
Yes, I'm happy to approve that. So I'll move the motion for that.
Can I, through the chair, just ask if they have other quotes that they're chasing or attaching, and they came back with them tomorrow or before the end of the week? How are we situated there?
So your board is in a really unique position because your next meeting is technically still this financial year.
No.
It's on the 29th of June. But their activities are
the 24th and 25th of June.
So it's beforehand. You can either grant them the recommendation or you can grant them what they provided the quotes for. That's your call either way. But given that their event is before your next meeting, we do need to make the decision today.
I'm second Adele's.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we should be doing money without quotes.
Yeah.
And that's still a reasonable wodge of money. This one.
Any further discussion?
Just through the chair, I'd like to make sure that the quotes are in before you release the money.
You've got those quotes already. They send them to me. That's why I can give them out.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
So what's the exact amount?
3,540.
3,540.
Excuse me, I'm losing it all. See.
You're clear on that amount? Everyone? All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried.
I might put it up on screen if you want. It's easy enough.
Through the chair, if you want Catherine to provide an update on how much.
It's all right, I can put it up on screen now. Just
Thank you.
enjoy.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, moving on. 7.7H. That Hiku Community Board approved the sum of 3,800 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Mamarai for costs towards Matariki and Kapahaka 2026. That will move it.
I can move it.
Seconder?
Yeah, I'll second.
Are there any questions?
Yes, just through the chair, there is no quotes at all. They have got some costings in there that I see. And so what do we actually fund?
So through the chair, they advise that they base the figures on previous year's costs. So when you look at the budget that they provided, that's where they got the figures from last year.
Can I just ask Catherine, exactly the same?
That's what they've just requested.
Yeah, okay.
They said they based it on last year's figures, that they were still seeking the written costs, but they had them provided verbally. Yeah.
Through the chair, so what are we actually, what's our board money going towards?
So they've just put in for an overall cost. 169. Yeah.
169 here. Oh, well, I'm looking at 169.
They've got $900 for venue hire.
Well, that's their Mariah that's doing it, and they're all the trustees who have signed this application. And
yeah, they do still have to pay for the Mariah use while they're in there.
But the trustees have to.
The Mariah still has to pay the costs for using that time period, because it would be a higher cost than if it was just sitting there empty. Like power and water.
Yeah, power and water. Yeah.
Yeah, so through the chair,
power, really.
Through the chair, so yeah, there's a list of everything here, but what's our money actually going?
You can decide what you want to put there towards.
Because I know we in our summary we said nothing towards food and
yeah. It's up to you as a board what you would like to provide. They did put 3,700 for Kai, but they did not ask for that. I was a little bit umming and ahhing because they have asked for $1,000 towards pampering and mini provider Koha.
In the discussion with the lady who came to talk to the application, she was more concerned about the transport of getting people there, probably. Yeah.
6 vans per event, 3 events. So the Mariah hire and the transport would be $1,300.
Have they
also got event resources, so that's tablecloths, cups, plates, cleaning supplies, signage. That's another $700, so that would be $2,000.
And then again, they've just gone out and done the costings themselves, so we don't really know for sure. Yeah.
We can ask them to provide quotes prior to funding being released if that's what you want.
I think that probably would be a good idea around the transport. And
I suspect that would probably just be fuel vouchers. They've got fuel and petrol vouchers for the volunteer drivers. So they're not paying to hire the vehicles. They're doing 6 vans, 3 events, Kaitai Ahipara round trips, and they'd put that at $400 that they would be giving to the van drivers basically as a which is pretty reasonable actually. It costs a lot more than that.
Exactly.
Particularly with fuel going up the way it is at the moment.
And them having to drive,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think through the chair, they meet the community outcomes 1, 2, 3, and 5, and I think they definitely provide a opportunity for the elderly to come together in Ahipara, but they also bring in a lot more people through than just the elderly. And I suppose the difference with this funding is if we were to not fund it, then it's probably the difference between having this activity to run for this weekend in Ahipara or not having it. Would probably be how I'd see the difference in our funding.
I'd just like our board money to go to like a van, and rather not like Kai or
it's
stuff
not
like
going towards Kai. They specifically excluded that.
So venue, I'm trying to get venue, transport, stationery and administration.
So that will bring it up to 2,800. If you did the fuel, which is $400, which is the vans, the venue hire, the resources, and the administration brings it up to 2,800.
so some quotes for the for the event resources too, which if that's what we're going to supply. And what happens to all that stuff afterwards?
The same thing that happens.
Tablecloths, etc.
That's not unusual, but we frequently do fund things like that.
Yeah.
And advertise them to hand anything back at that point. It does usually mean they ask for lease the following year because they've already got resources left over, if that's the case.
So I'm happy with the transport. And perhaps some costs towards the venue. I wouldn't have thought the whole amount, but anyway.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I suppose some of the costs associated are koha related, and it's kind of difficult to provide quotes on koha. It's one of those tangible things that, but they'll put a value amount on the koha, which is helpful, because often we can get stuck in, oh, how much should we give for a koha? They've named a koha amount. And I understand, a lot of people that are involved in this activity over the weekend typically give their own time and are there for a lot longer than if they do a workshop or lead a particular session of wānanga, then they'll often be there longer than anticipated or expected. Really.
And just following up the trip, that's the norm of these sort of events. Is always something that you never plan for, and the public bring that themselves. So having run running events, I know what it's like after the fact, and usually what you account for at the time doesn't actually work out. You're always chasing your tail.
So if you fund the fuel, venue, the resources and the administration will come in at $2,800. Is that what you want to do? Subject to quotes being provided for the resources or funding is released.
Team?
I think that's quite a lot of money, $700 for the event resources.
So through the chair, the decision would lie with the mover and seconder.
Yeah.
And then I guess the other members could foreshadow a member if it's lost, or the mover and seconder, it depends if they're happy to change the amount that they've moved in. So you've got two options there. If they want to change it or if they want it to go to a vote with a foreshadowed amendment.
The other question is, if you don't partner the money, what are you holding the money back for?
No, my reason is I want to grant the money, but I just want it to make sure it goes to, like band, venue, artists, whatever. I just don't want, us just.
And it's like the pampering in Mirimiri is actually for the practitioners. It's their koha and the costs for them to do it. It's not. Yeah, that's where it got a bit messy on that one, but I'm quite happy to hold off releasing funding until they've provided the actual physical quotes. But if you're not granting the money in full, what are we holding the money back for?
Well,
yeah, through the chair,
we have another meeting as well.
Yeah, we do.
Is there any other applications coming forward?
Yeah, we've already got a few on that one, but technically that would actually be the new financial year, and that's why I'm like, if you, as I said, you are in a very unusual position because you are just within this financial year, but based on the applications you've got, this isn't going to make a huge amount of difference if you're holding back.
So we have to clear the funds now because it's not going to be done on the June of 29th.
Still do it on the 29th of June, Adele. As I said, it's still this financial year, but that is because you are in the unusual situation of that extra meeting being set for June, not July. But if that were not the case, why would you be holding the money back?
I'm just trying to understand that from my.
Further discussion? If not, I'll ask, you moved, Crystal?
Yeah.
Trevor? Have you got, will you change the amount of it, or you
No, I was just going to say through the chair that if we're going to amend it to 2,800 on the basis of quotes provided, then I'd probably prefer to leave it at 3,800 with quotes provided and give them the opportunity to quote up the extra 1,000.
All those in favour?
Against.
Against? Carried. Right, 7.7I, that the Hiku Community Board approve the sum of 3,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Screen Northland Limited for costs towards Hiku Regional Screen Development Support. Could I have a mover, please?
Through the chair, they have gone to all three community boards as well as creative communities. She didn't mention it there, but we had a big long conversation about this. There was a project called the God of War, which Jason Momoa was attached to. God of War. Yeah, but it was when it was promoted, it was as God of War. So they changed the name of it since it came through. It was supposed to be filled up here around Whangaroa, all of that sort of stuff. It was announced, and then it got pulled with less than 48 hours notice and is now being filled down in the Waikato. That was a multi-million-dollar project being sponsored by Netflix that we lost. We didn't have anyone to speak up on behalf, and they went, well, if you don't have the support up here, we're just going to pull. So that's why Screen Northland is really trying to get themselves in a position where they can get more of these projects and they can actively market the district. And that's why they've come to the board for some support, because council is not in a position at this stage to provide any funding. So.
Just through the chair, I guess it hasn't come up on the other community board members' agendas yet. Okay, right. And the speaker to the application, Rhonda, she mentioned that coming receive funding from it. Excuse me.
So just on that basis, without quotes, seed funding's okay, yeah? Yeah. Move that. I'll make that move there.
It's been moved by Trevor. Do you have a seconder?
I can second it and
Adam? Open for further discussion, questions?
so yeah, as I said before about the seed funding.
Any further discussion? All those in favour?
All right.
Those against? Sorry.
There were just no one was against.
Okay, so that's fine.
And no one abstained.
And
No,
before you do your last one, which is Pompadia Catholic School, the team going to the Ames Games, you have $9,152.31. So they requested 5,000. At that stage, I've requested recommended 3250. You could easily grant them 4,000 if that's what you choose to do.
Thank you, Catherine. Moving on, 7.7J. The Hiku Community Board approved the sum of 3,250 plus GST if applicable be paid from the Board's Community Grant Fund account to Montpelier Catholic School for cost towards the under 14 basketball team attending the Ames game. Do you have a mover? I'll move. Have a second that.
I can second that.
Open for discussion, questions.
So through the chair, this application is a lot of schools like to go to the Ames games, and I don't really want to set a precedent going forward. The games are usually about September, October, is that right? Yeah. So this could set a precedence. That's just my...
Thank you, Ada. Further questions? No further questions, no further discussion. All those in favour?
Against.
Against, one. Thank you, Adele. Aye. Carried.
I just confirmed which amount did you go for on that one, the 325?
3250.
That leaves you a balance of 5,902.31. So I'll bring that to the 29th of June meeting.
Thank you for that, Catherine.
Cool. That was a big...
That was a bit, but...
Yep. I had 33 funding applications across the 3 boards this week.
There's some really neat projects in that funding through the fair, so
no.
I think the big ticket one, that's really exciting for the department.
But we still have further placements. That's all included in this amount. Because it all had to be spent by the 30th of June. Okay. So we just wrapped it all up. And technically they're 59. Yeah. Yeah. Don't be distressed too hard.
Okay, moving on. 8.1.
Just really, sorry, really, Chair. Catherine, can you just, when you do get back to, especially the hospital one, can you see, like, maybe us as a board can go up there and...
You want to go and visit?
Well, yeah, just when the thing...
When you put it out.
And stuff.
Yeah, it would be really good to go there.
Good for us to, even hand it over in person to the hospital.
Yeah,
that'd be
we can have a photo opportunity. Yeah, be really good.
Oh, yeah.
Someone sitting over the back here that's going, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
good idea. Good idea. Okay, moving on. 8.1 left. The Hiku Community Board received a report, typo placemaking plan, additional cost estimates for asset relocation. Could I have a move on that, please?
I'll move up.
Second up.
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Now, what's my side?
Through the chair, we don't have a report like her. She's unfortunately ill. And she said, if you have any questions, because this is just the information report, she's happy to answer the questions when she comes back.
Who's that, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just through the chair, I noticed on 157 that there was 30,000 K left over from when they did the project for the or the second stage of the project at Taipa Point with all the parking, etc. So that obviously could go towards what we want to do and shift the compound. And so to shift the compound was 37,250. So they'd have to, and a contingency of 10. So that's on page 156. So I'll can approve that the council can find that extra little bit of money to actually complete that particular placemaking plan that, that we'd like to have as part of the design. Because all the consultation has been done, obviously, going by this. All the stakeholders, Trudy Allen, the Wakaama Club.
I think that was our last group.
Yeah. So that's cool. So that can complete that area then. And then we can concentrate on stage 3.
Yeah, through the chair, my questions are probably just, because this predates some of us newer members, just to understand what the direction was of the previous board in terms of that. Was the complete, it's a great placemaking plan. I just wanted to understand, is that a high priority? Is it's where are we at on that journey in terms of and what your intentions were and how it's marrying up with what you were planning previously?
It was part of our spatial planning that we did right throughout the whole area to Hiku. And we saw that as a priority because, basically Manganui, Taipa, and those areas, those were some of the fastest growing in terms of residential development, etc. And that was our primary concern, was catering for that influx and ongoing future development. That area there, correct me if I'm wrong, Adele, was always congested. We had some problems with flow, access, and so to alleviate all of that, that was part of our program. That would stretch us right down to probably the school.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's another section.
That's another stage, yeah. So it was all done at stages. We got, for stage 1 and 2, we got TIF funding, which is, it's not called TIF funding today. I think it's development funding or something the government call it. And so we had TIF funding and as well as council funding as well to do stage 1 and 2. But the stage 2 wasn't completely completed because of the, we needed to shift the Wakarama compound to include further parking, boat parking, and that's what the board really was, they really wanted extra parking for boating. So now our board way back funded all the spatial plans, and we have all the spatial plans done for all our reserves. We went around and did a huge amount of consultation, massive amount, and we got everybody's feedback, as you can see in part of this plan for Taipa. So that's what we've been, concentrating on. So,
and just additional to that, so you understand, TIPS funding was tourism infrastructure.
Yes, yes, that's right.
Tourism infrastructure, but that's changed obviously.
Which the government used to supply 50%, providing that there was a good plan and costings to back it all up through MB.
And if you, new members, if you ever come across a spatial planning too, those were just our recommendations. They weren't set in concrete. They were just ideas and that we gave the public to have a look on, a mull over, and then between us and consultation, we came up with some concrete ideas on those areas. Like Adele said, it was a huge amount of work, and it meant addressing the public, general public, in all those areas.
Thank you. Yeah, it'd be nice to complete this piece of work for the stage 2. It'd be also nice to know what stage 3, how we get.
Yeah, well, stage 3 is the playground.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the toilets and the walkway. Yes, so it's going to take a lot of money to do that, and it has to be funded through long-term plans. Yeah.
So you'd be on that one trip?
Long-term plan. Cool.
Oh, I've got what I was supposed to do. Is there any more discussion? A little bit more time. It's a big document. If there's no further discussion, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. 8.2 Chairperson and members reports that the Hiku Community Board note that May 26 member reports from the Chair, Bill Zabriskie, and members Dale Gardner, Eddie Belair, Crystal Rose, Dave, Mike Tawaka, and Trevor Beatson. Have a mover?
Yep.
Adele, seconder? Thank you, Eddie. Open for questions? Sorry, we'll start with you, Trevor.
No, nothing to add. If it can be taken as read, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
So, before I ask, is there any opposition to me going last? I've never asked that. Okay, thank you.
You've had a very busy month, so.
Yeah.
Crystal, thank you.
Yep, I'll just take my report as read also, but I'd also like to give just, I suppose, a mahi, just gratitude to our Waipapa Cody Cemetery sexton. He actually passed away just recently, Mr. Bratton, so you're just acknowledging him and his commitment to the community cemetery. Yes, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Crystal. Eddie.
Yeah, I'll take mine as read as well. And just with that He roads speed limit, it's good to have the crew team come in today and speak to us, and I hope I get some traction somehow with that. Yeah, because it is a big issue out there, and they're quite vocal, that community out there about it. So yeah. Same as ROBS is just, same problem, just not getting responses, and I'll keep raising it, we were forced to get responses and for our ROBS and thank you.
Adele.
Yes, I could just take mine as read. If there's any questions, fire ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, take mine as read, but just a couple of issues I just want to recap. Whakawhiwhi proposed dump station. Originally, we started off with 3 next to the fire brigade, next to the hall, south side, and the refuse station. The one opposite the hall, south of the hall, was just a no-no in terms of the general public and quick consultation around, including iwi. So I think that's off the table. Another option that's been added in, and that's the one down at the bottom of the hill. Reason there is because we have facilities, we have dump tanks there already, and so staff are looking at that proposal now. It seems to be the most likely. I met with Haiti Tai Marae representatives on Saturday, and we looked over that, and they're keen on that one too. But again, it'll depend on staff and the plans to come back on that. Just so you know that the refuse station was out in terms of cost. Even the area above the hall where it originally was by the new Fens building, that could be defunct at this stage too, because of the amount of area we have to push into the park and to the reserve for turnaround. And not only that, I think the fire brigade is sort of humming and hawing about having that as close to their new building as possible too, i.e. vans parking or camper, whatever they are, parking and blocking access. Drainage committee meeting. I just want a quick update, Idel, just in general about are we happy? It's just on my report.
What was
drainage meeting, 20th. I'm just asking in general, how are we doing? Are we seeing some headway? Is it starting to move?
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, I know we had a couple of issues with our agenda, but I can't see that holding us up too much.
As long as I've done the sprays and that ready for the winter, I haven't heard anything back. So,
but we have a program designated for this time.
And also that working group that we want to speak up. We haven't heard any more about that. Progressing with that.
I was going to ask that question.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, just where we're at. What's that working group that we approve or we want to?
Is that now the chair that's, the resolutions now and been assigned to read? And I'll follow up again with her. See what's going on.
Moving on, just in my report there, the Rangi Hillside has been a bang right from the start. Finally, we're getting some traction on that. They're looking at, how did they call it? Innovative work, which means they're looking at just clearing debris and some of the growth around that hill. And it looks like they could be meshing it as opposed to doing any other excavations. So we've got some traction there. I've also asked that we be present when the contractors go and have a look at it next. Where else? There
was just one thing I wanted to
well, you're thinking, Adele. Brandy put a hall, we're fighting for that now. On Saturday, I also had a meeting with the FENS Fire Brigade. It was their presentation, so we now know their program. They're looking probably about August, September, vacating to the new premises, which means they will take the rural fire service with them, and that leaves it wide open for the community who has been proactive. The chair, Graham McMillan, has addressed our meeting a couple of times. So that's what we'll be working on then, is trying to reconnect the public with that hawk.
So just one thing, Bill, from your report is how's the Lake O'Hare Hall coming along?
Lake O'Hare, I called into there the Saturday before the Saturday, had a quick look. I missed the chair, but I talked to all the workers. They reckon it's going real good. Everything inside has been changed. All the walls, separating walls, now all they'll be looking at is lining. I think they wanted to inspect the roof one more time before they put in, obviously, insulation, and then line it all in and ready to go.
And can we be invited to the opening?
Oh, definitely.
All of us.
That will be a must.
So that's been ongoing. It's about 16, 17, something like that.
And I just see from your report, Bill, about that problematic Conroe Hall.
Yep. That's underway now. They're trying different traps, etc., etc. So yeah, we'll keep you posted on that. While you're on that subject about rats, the cages, the dump cages, we may have to move emotions, or likewise, I might even put that in the resolutions, just to give our okay, so we can move on with that. I know they were looking at where was it? Unai, the Unai one. I went there this morning. It's still there, and Kumbi Road were their starters. But again, that requires consultation with the general public to let them know that they were looking at that. I'm talking from the point of view of waste management.
Because I continuously stop at Parapara Road there, and get out of the vehicle, and there's just massive rats. Yeah,
that's a real big all of those areas are just there, and I can see why waste management are looking at it, because their staff, even the public have stated that they feel sorry for the staff who are having to deal with it.
Yeah. Just stepping aside, Eddie, if you could have a look to see if that car is still next door and that next to the place park corner wall. It's been there a couple of weeks. Just dump it there.
And just as an addition, due to my several trips to Kaikoui recently, I asked Waka Kotai to address that van that's in the trees at the base of Mangamuka. And I think, Rhonda, I asked you, what do I do here? Apart from going move it. Okay, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, where's my book? 8.3, Te Hiku Community Board Open Resolutions. That Te Hiku Community Board received the report Te Hiku Community Board Open Resolutions report for May 2026. Do I have a mover?
Yes, I'll move it.
Adele, thank you. Seconder?
Yep.
Crystal. Any questions?
Right, number one is we were talking about the working group for the Matthews outfall. There's been no update on that, so can we start progressing that, please? And bring it back to the board, perhaps the next meeting.
I don't even think it needs, like, can it just be via email and
well,
we actually have to.
They have to
we've approved it, so.
Yeah, we've approved it. Are they going to
Guys, can I remind everyone just to speak to the chair, just so we don't get back to Craig? Thank you.
So through the chair, so is there going to be a terms of reference and all that set up, or what's happening about it? We want to set up because there's going to be a group which is going to include NRC, community board members of the board.
Again.
Pardon?
I'll follow up with Kareem, please, the chair, and I'll get her to put an update in here.
Yeah.
So you have it for your next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ed, do you want to say something? Just on open was the first approved the memorial seat. That's now finished.
Chair, so it has been finally declined again by Pee-wee.
Right.
The family have been notified, and at this stage it still hasn't gone through a council. Not sure when, and it's up to council.
Eddie, in previous discussion, were you looking at a motion? Sorry.
I was just seeking advice about the heating speed signs one that because I don't want to not go anywhere.
So that one is going to transport team. Their executive assistant already contacted me before the meeting because she saw that coming up as deputation. And after the meeting, I'll catch up with her, pass it on so she can discuss with relevant members of her team, and we will put that in open resolutions as well.
So can we put it on our open resolutions page, please, so that we can keep an eye on it?
Well, he.
Yeah. Please. Because there's no good people coming to the board telling us, and it goes nowhere. Apart from, okay, there you have picked it up, but we need an update through this.
So through the speaker, you're wanting to do a motion, so that is captured in the resolution.
Yeah, I think that's where Eddie was coming from.
What wording were you?
That's a good. Let me have a think about the wording. Support the EE ratepayers.
Yeah, I'll get resolution. I'll get the motion for you, Eddie, and you can review it.
Thanks.
So,
So did you already pick the wording, Natasha, or you want to?
Just sharing the wording.
They capture speed limits and safety signage and barriers in the bridge. just through the chair while Natasha's doing that. And also just, are we able to, all stuff? Staff member to come back to us because we're waiting on.
So if you look, resolution 2026-35, it's the second one. That's the response I've got.
What was that in relation to?
I know I see some clarity on the overall forward, but seeing where it's going.
Yeah.
And quick about the Awanui Hall too, why that wasn't on there. I think you raised that question.
Through the chairs, there was a number of questions that you raised during that meeting in terms of halls. You felt that the report wasn't good enough, that there were quite a few missed out. So he's working now on that. Yeah, so I'm waiting for this thing to. Through the chair, the Hiku, the referral of North Park public toilet. So James Knight Wagner is answering some questions from the warehouse representatives because he's trying to negotiate with them to allow the construction of the public toilets, and they came up with some questions, and he made sure that they understand that that's our last option. So he's hopeful that something can happen.
Yeah, I think he indicated through the chair that they were wanting to know that the community actually supported it. The need for toilets in North Park. I guess it was a previous community board matter and it continues to be a priority for me anyway. Just while we're waiting on that wording too through the chair, I just wondered about a couple of things. One was the illegal dumping and one was Allen Bell drive speed. I just wonder if there's some way that we can be tracking what's happening there. I know we had some initiatives out of workshop stuff with Hirakino. I just wonder if we need to track some of that forward through open resolutions. And then just, the Allen Bell speed issues come up again. I've been approached again this week, just, high speeds, dangerous driving, all the stuff that's at play in Allen Bell Drive.
Do you want to submit EM support ticket or RFS?
I remember, Fire Hilda, I remember, was speaking about Allen Bell Drive being a problem, and it, I think Rachel had spoken to that as well.
That's been going for years. And it has been, the last we had on that one was that there were no funds. But if you want to bring it up again, that's very exciting. The Hiku community board supports Hihi ratepayers and residents in seeking lower speed limits in Hihi and advocates for the installation of new signage to alert road users to local road hazards in the interest of improving safety for residents, visitors, and all road users. Sound right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, cheap.
Well, where did he go?
Yeah.
All those in favour?
No.
Just want to, I want to lodge, if I may, and it concerns the hall at Running Portal. It's getting close to fire brigades relocating, so I just want to make sure that we're on the radar in terms of that hall available to the community. Resolution I want to put forward is that the Te Uku Community Board support the handout of the Rangipura Hall for the management of the Rangipura Ratepayers Incorporated for community use.
Absolutely. Yep. So you move it, I'll second it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favour?
Do we do a letter from us to across this council team on board's perspective about that, or?
It'll be in my report, and I'll make sure I address it at the next council, and then follow up with that. Yeah.
Say formally.
Formal letter from us.
Because it's
all of us. Yeah. Okay.
Just going off on Trevor's, he mentioned our legal dumping. I think it's a big one that we need to keep an eye on. You know, after that workshop, and I hate for us to drop. You know, there's a camera up at Church Road, like we also need some updates on how it's tracking.
Still plenty of rubbish at Church Road.
Yeah, so what is council doing about it?
So it's the Black Bags Cost Council. This is the problem. People dumping of black bags.
Yeah, but that camera's been there for over a month now. Surely they've got some, council staff have got some footage of it or finding out, what's going on at that site. It'd be awesome for them to come report back to us and say, hey, this is what's happening.
There was a report somewhere, and you think I could find it this morning, addressing those issues we were talking about. I think it was Hirakino, and it was all the dump areas like Unahi and Kumiro as a starter. I'll try and pick that up and contact the authors of that, and then take it from there, and then get back to you. I'll email you guys, keep you updated on it. But it's a big issue and it has to move. And I know Waste Management are waiting for decisions on that too, so they can start acting. I think they've already consulted with those areas, which are their smaller ones that they can address quite quick. But then they'll be also, they could be looking at Duncan's Road, et cetera, in terms of kind law. But that's another issue.
I think it's really important that they communicate to us, because I know I only found out through the council website that they've taken away those cages at Creamy Road and
I'm sure they did mention that at our first meeting when you were there, Trevor. Yeah. They did mention it there, Trevor. Sorry. Ed. But again, it's just getting lost. And so we'll pick the ball up there. But definitely has to be addressed. Can you remember that, Trevor?
Just trying to think, yeah.
No, it was mentioned. Those were their starting points.
Yeah, our board meeting.
That meeting we had with them next door, was it?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember them saying, they're going to start doing it. But it didn't come by email to us as a board to say, hey, we're going to do this.
Yeah, and I suppose that's where we lost contact, was both parties or all parties sitting at the table assumed they were going to, it was going to happen. But like you say, we'd have to formalise it and just make sure they get a support on it and the okay. Are there no other further business in relation to the recommendations? Rhonda, did you?
Sorry, for the chair, I wasn't sure if you had voted on the open receiving.
No, we haven't yet. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Just before I sign off, I just asked if the members could hold for a couple of minutes, just a couple of questions, or maybe one question. Otherwise, Trevor, I'll do close our meeting, please.
Meno tātou, he pā, anei mātou, I te mutu o tēnei hui, e whakakapi ana mātou tēnei hui. Manaki tia mātou I tō mātou nei haringa ki hokinga ki o mātou koinga. Manaki tia hoki anō tō mātou hāpuri I rungi te ingo tautama āmero.
Amen.